Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia Dev. And I feel like I got a decent sleep last night-ish. I'm definitely breathing better today. So my mood is better. I have some good news for you. Being that we have just about 20 minutes ago uploaded a brand new Insignia alpha test to itch.io, so you are able to test that now. We've got two new tests for you. One is for the cello system, and the other is for the feather minigame. So you can play that live, and you can give me some of that feedback. I'll go through it in a little bit, so you won't have to do it alone. And last night I had a bit of a chat with a publisher. I don't know if I can say who it is, but just someone out of the blue. It wasn't somebody that I chased up, and we had a good chat. I think I'm starting to learn something about this industry, particularly like where things are at in the industry right now. My sense is that nobody can really tell a developer how their game needs to be positioned in order to sell well. That's just not something people can do. So just the truth is the developer's always going to be the expert on the game. Unless a publisher has the exact same use case, that the scenario, they're already publishing games that are like the developer's game. Maybe they can talk to experience about that, but for us, I think I'm just going to have to be, the captain making the calls from here on, whether that's making committal marketing decisions around things like Kickstarter or trailers or Steam Next Fest or early access, all of those plot beats that track the the game's journey towards release. I'm going to just have to be in charge of making those decisions about when we pull the trigger on certain things. So it is what it is. All right, well, shall we get into this alpha test? It took me a little bit of time to get this back up and running, and it's still not perfect. I'm not actually able to push from... I'm not really able yet to push from the Git repo locally straight to GitHub Actions and then directly to itch.io, because there's some authentication issue where I can't, for whatever reason, the itch.io, the part of the repo that goes to there doesn't have the credentials it needs. But I can still just make a build and upload it to itch manually, which is what I've been doing. So let me show you what this looks like. All right, so the new alpha test is live. If you type in alpha here, you should be able to get that. And then for those of you on YouTube, I've got a link for you as well. So the way this works is you're going to go to itch.io. You're going to get to this screen when you load it up. First, you're going to type in IndieTales in the password, and then you're going to hit Z to understand once the audio banks have loaded. So you do have to wait a little bit. It takes about 5 seconds for the audio banks to load because there's an fmod requirement for us to do that. And then you can go ahead, press continue. The game right now does not include the full story, right? You're not able to play campaign mode right now, but the point of the alpha is to test specific parts of the game. So what I'd like you to do, if you haven't done it yet, is to go sequentially through these. If you're interested in obviously testing the game, you don't have to do that. But basically, go through movement basics, combat, learn the cello mechanic. And then these two are a little bit longer scenarios where they've got, maybe 2 to 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes of stuff you can do in each of them. And at the end of each test, there's like a Google feedback form. Again, it's not mandatory for you to fill it out, but it obviously helps me if you do. So the two new ones are the musical puzzles test and the flying feathers test. You saw me working on this yesterday, and this is from a few months ago. This is something that Luca and I were working on to test the feather mechanic. So they are both live. They both should be working. Basically, this is what it looks like when you jump in. So you get given a nice big overlay here, tells you what to do. Okay, and then you're off. You can talk to Leopold here, get a bit of a scenario, and then play through. So I won't spoil it for you. Feel free to take it at your own pace and at your leisure and do that if you like. But yeah, it should be functional. It should be running. I've basically ironed out every bug that's been in there, for some of them for a while. The only other bug I think that's still kind of lingering around that I noticed today was that that it may, if you like open the Google form by finishing the level, you might hear the audio skip. So you might have to like close it and then reopen it again. But or like just return back to the tab and like exit, like click off the game if the audio's peaking, or you can just close the game as well if you like. Anyway, there you go. Yeah. We got 2 new alphas up. I'm about to actually make a little announcement here on Discord as well, saying let's go to notice board at here, new alpha tests available. Hey pals, I've just updated the Insignia Alpha test app on itch.io to include 2 new features we're testing out on stream right now. You can get all of the details at where is it? Feature test. Cool. It was changed a little bit, I think. Just a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how much, because I kind of like, if I make a change, that now becomes the new normal for me and I end up using it indefinitely. So maybe it has changed a little bit. Maybe the fall speed's gone up. Hey, Hussein. Okay. Yeah, I think we increased the jump duration, but also increased the fall speed. So when you jump, you go up faster, you stay in the air faster, like longer, but then you fall faster as well. Yeah, I think that's true. You're probably right. Okay. How often do I stream? Every weekday, pretty much. Although I've been moving towards not streaming on Wednesdays. So 4 days a week, at least. Okay. So, coming back to this part of the level, where in the game we're actually setting up this test. I'm thinking about how we're going to introduce this here. I think I want 3 of these. And I think I'm going to put one of them, maybe this one, like up here maybe. Or maybe just somewhere a little off the beaten path. Maybe here. So you're going to come through this way. And then you're going to see this stuff and go. We need to switch off the build. Just play the Shire theme. I do be doing that. All right. Hey Ramen Noodle, how's it going? I'm doing well. The game's doing well too. I was saying I've been working on this since 2017. That's interesting. There it is. So we might need a separate one of these. And I need to learn what the actual puzzle is here. So this is 0, 4, 2. No, 0. What is this? What is this one? Yeah, 0, 4, 2. Yep. And what broke here? So this is an automator, but it doesn't have a cello playing stage. And then this is a cello playing stage, and it doesn't have an automator. So then Leopold just needs to be targeting the cello play stage here. Okay, cool. So now there's a cutscene here where we've got a camera. And then we've got this moving column. And this is going to go middle out. It's going to go over 3 seconds. And its bottom is going to be much lower. I want the curve to be an ease in out curve. And I want to rebuild it. And then see how we go. I thought the stagger was a little bit much, so let's bring that down. Really? You opened the chest, got the ring, tried to equip it. Wrong time error, null function, or function signature mismatch. Wow, okay. Did you try to equip it in the same slot as the sword or under the sword? The tab switch. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, let me know if you can reproduce it. Cool. We need a surprised look for Armin. Let's do a little research here. Oh, yeah. It will do that. Yeah, it will crash because there's nothing in that tab. That's correct. That's, I suppose, expected. Yeah, it probably, I mean, it probably shouldn't be crashing, but it does crash there. That's a known issue. Because there's nothing, I guess that's the, not quests. It's one of the tabs, inventory or designs maybe. Well, that's pretty good. It's not quite there yet. Oh, that's pretty good. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. That's true, Super Chew. I should fix that. Pretty good. Yeah. Surprised. Anxious. Surprised in a bad way. A bad surprise. Like this. Wait, what? Hello? Oh, that's the timeline. Hey, Robbie. What is this called? It's not lowered. It's when you use elevators. Crouch. Okay. So how does this know to play to move the thing? Okay. So that means that this needs to happen right at the end, basically. And then not loop, obviously. I also think that the door right now will you have a demo on the Steam page? I don't have a demo on the Steam page right now. There may be one in the future. I haven't decided yet to put it up, but you can play the alpha right now, which includes the content that I've been working on this week. So the alpha includes a series of tests, basically. Just little bits and pieces that you can play. Okay. So yeah, I don't like that the doors... I think what they currently do is they make Armin walk toward the door. And when it does that, it makes him walk to the spot and then stand still. And so if he's already inside of a cutscene and a door triggers, it's going to kind of like... it's going to automatically make him go into his idle position because he is, you know, leaving the scene. Now, I don't really have much tech in the system right now, in the engine, that allows me to like do a scene transition with custom camera movements separate from like any kind of like overrides. I don't have any way of like saying, okay, Armin's gone through a door, but because we're in a cutscene, we want to do some stuff after he's left the scene or after the door. Hey, whale time. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Let me see about that. That's surprising to me. It shouldn't do that. Were you leafing through the menu afterwards? It overlapped. Oh. Wait, when you say big item, what items are we talking about? And is this during which test are you in when this happened? Feather test. Wait, there are items in the feather test? I don't actually know. I didn't check those. What item did you get? I might have to take it out. Oh, rewards from the quest. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Good catch. I'll go check that out now. So, hang on a second. Bring these down as well. What are you doing up there? They can be over here. My bad. So in the menu, he has, what do we got here? Flags, UIs, reward UIs. And then the rewards are a health orb, reckless pauldron, assist ring, iron blade, iron blade, iron blade. That's a bit dumb, but maybe we can go and have a look. I guess you were trying to add the reckless pauldron. That shouldn't be a problem. This one? That crashed the game. Well then, let me see if I can do this. It's okay. Just gonna speed run this. I think I needed 6. That doesn't look good. Whoops. And why is the text all the way over here? That's no good either. All right. That didn't happen. Well, I guess maybe it did happen, but it crashed for you. Oh, it's crashing constantly. All right. Well, we can fix that. Why would you think that you could put that there? So selected accessory. Well, we could just spawn one into this anyway. So it's when I press A here. The trainer, wanna smoke with me? Glaceon, yes. As the story goes with Pokemon and their trainers smoking when the player leaves. What? Hey, Cliff. How's it going? Okay. How did this... How did this fail? Oh, it could be this. But that's not what we're doing. We're just trying to place. I think we're just trying to finish a range, which happens here. This doesn't do anything to selected accessory yet. This unequips something that was in a place. It does some stuff here. It's tough. These don't automatically have a forward button. So I got to think about what I'm doing here again. Let's come back to the beginning of it. I pick a slot. Do you know what? This is another reason why this system's no good. Because you pick an empty slot and then you think, oh, I'm going to put something in it. And then you just pick whatever you can pick. I mean, there is no way to select this right now. There's just nothing you can get. Is there a playtest version? Yes, CG, there is. You can playtest this right now. I've pinned the message. Okay. I guess we could do some kind of like, no, we really should. You found another cool bug? Feel free to put it in the Discord. We have a Discord for this kind of thing. Right here. You can make the elevator leave without you. Can you really? That's no good. Yeah, I won't be able to track everything if it's all just in chat. So please record it and post it in the Discord if you can, and then I can get to it. I need to open up a door. All right. So what are we going to do here? We want nothing to happen, but something's happening. When you select the accessory from the list, if C is an accessory, try to place accessory. When we try to place the accessory, something happens. It is shaking, right? Nope, it's not even doing that. Well, hang on a second. I should be able to read the call stack here. No, because the thing that breaks it happens before that. Hey, thanks for the follow. I think this calls for hot reload. Yeah, so it's not in bounds. And then how does, I'm trying to understand how selected accessory becomes null. It's either setting to something that happens to be null, or this is happening here where we're actually setting to null. But this never gets called because I don't see that log there. So then it's got to be like here, maybe? But I'm not pressing the special button either. So this can't be called either. I have no idea what could cause this. Let's find everywhere that we mention it and just see if we can figure it out. So it's not this. It's not this. That's it. There's nowhere else that it gets set. So am I wrong? Is it null? Maybe it's not null. Maybe I'm just... Maybe its image is null. Nope, it's null. So where does it get set? I mean, I guess I could do a bit of a cheat here. I could do like... Oh, thanks, Nop. Wait, how is it null if we never set it? I don't understand. Something's way off here. Selected accessory becomes null, but there's nowhere in the code that sets it to null. How is that possible? How is that possible? There's nowhere where it becomes null. Isn't it being serialized as null? No, but it's like, it's not null until it is. It's not null. Actually, good question. Maybe it was never null. I mean, maybe it never had a value. That's a good suggestion. Oh, I see what happened. I think I know what I did. I had a thought and I started building that thought and I must have gotten distracted and just not followed up on it. Because the idea here, what's happening, is it's trying to say, hey, you're trying to place an item in the inventory, in the grid. And when we do that, so let me show you what it's trying to do. If I'm arranging this, I have a selected accessory, which is the top left of the thing that I'm selecting. So if I'm over here, this is the selected accessory view. The UI for the selected accessory is the top left grid of the item. And we had an idea for, if you have an item and you're trying to place it in the grid and it doesn't fit in the grid, maybe try arranging it in the grid. As in, start doing this with it. But doing this can only currently happen if it's already in the grid. Because it depends on there being an accessory that's in the grid that we're using to populate this highlighter. That's right, Guitar Assassin. So there is no, because we're trying to enter the arrange flow, but there is no item that is here that represents this thing. It's not possible to do that. So I've told it to just go do the arrange state, but it's like, yeah, but you haven't got anything selected. Even though we're hovering something, we're not arranging, there's nothing to arrange. And the reason why that can't be the case and I can't force it is because exiting the arrange state requires us to be able to, I think I checked roll at one point. That's for default state. Oh, okay. Wait, surely when I'm arranging something, the roll button does something. It actually does nothing. Wow, okay, well that's even worse. It should cancel. It should cancel arrange. Okay, well let's have a think. can you arrange something that's not in the grid? And if the answer is no, what needs to change to make that possible? The reason why you can't currently arrange something that's not in the grid, well, I suppose you could. You would just need to reflect, you would just need to represent, rather than refer to a selected accessory, you would need to refer to an index or a current accessory as, and this gets a bit complicated for you all if you're not UI designers or programmers, the accessory item, we need to be using that as the subject, as the parameter, rather than the accessory box, the container in the UI. So here in do arrange state, I mean, the thing is, this does expect there to be an actual UI, because it's setting the UI of the thing to be transparent. That's the whole point of it. That's what this all does. It sets up the thing to be transparent. It sets the arrange preview, which is the thing that moves around. So that's fine. We can have that just fine. But we would need to pass accessory here, not selected accessory dot accessory. So this would be like, these would be accessory containers, but you know what I mean. So everywhere that we have, all right. Accessory listable equals so if we don't have one, then this is the listable that we're changing, and this is the listable, and this is accessory focused arranging accessory equals selected accessory dot accessory for now. But the point is that we're decoupling these, so that becomes that. This becomes that. This becomes that. This becomes that. And okay, that's fine. This becomes this. Okay. And this doesn't require selected. Ah, it does. Now we have a problem. My theme is called Ocean. It's part of the material theme extension. Hey Yasa, what's the name of the tool that connects scenes together and defines the transition point from one scene to another? That's a tool that I built that's called Scene Graph. We're currently doing beta testing, and after that we'll be doing a public release. But it's a bit slow at the moment because the engineer that I'm working with, he's a bit busy, I'm a bit busy. It's taking its time, but we will be releasing it. So the problem here is that to place an accessory right now, so to arrange state, at the end of this, when we try to finish the arrange, it wants to place the selected accessory in the menu, but we don't have one. That's the problem. We have an accessory we want to place, but this would be something like back where we had that listable. This needs to be global, and instead of a select accessory, it needs to be like hovered or like current accessory or something like that, or arranging accessory this arranging accessory needs to be, yeah, passed in. So let's see if we can do that. It's a bit awkward. So when we set state to the arrange state, we need to pass in that accessory basically here. Some game. It's my game. It's called Insignia. We're coding a menu system for it right now. Okay, so here, this is the point where we're getting a bit stuck. So we need accessory.accessory there. Okay, so now try place, finish this, try finish arrange. Down here, we probably should, well, this becomes arranging accessory. And I guess that's it. Okay. If that works, that's very surprising. Do I have it on GitHub? The code is not public. Okay. We didn't crash, at least. So it's an action adventure. It's called Insignia. It's a sort of like a Zelda-like, but in 2D side scrolling. There are towns, there's quests, there's crafting, bosses, dungeons, all that sort of thing. And right now we're working on this equipment system, particularly what happens when you can't place something in the menu because you don't have enough grid spaces for it. Why not public? Because I'm looking to sell the game, and I don't want the game to be open source because it's a private product. I'm running a company. All right. It was pink. Bad luck. I'm looking to profit off of the work that I'm doing. If it was free, anyone could just take it. Okay. I've been developing this game for many years now. So when I place this, the shake is right, everything's right, but I can't now continue to arrange. So this try finish arrange the problem is it doesn't have a like an exit condition that returns us back to the arrange state afterwards. It literally just what does it do? It tries to place the accessory. If we succeeded, then that's great. But if we didn't succeed, in fact, hang on a second. Are we even in the arrange state? Let's just do that first. Okay. So right now we are in default. We're in picking, that's good. Now we're in arranging, but the item's not in the bounds. That's fine. Oh, we can still move it, but it's not really moving the way that we want it to. So we're in arrange state, and then we've got this listable equals selected accessory, but I don't think we use it. I see. So we don't actually need this listable anymore. Well, we can keep it there for now. But what about the inputs? We're going to set our preview position to be the system pointer transform position and the arranging accessory, but the pointer's transform position is going to the hovered accessory. Is another thing. Okay, so hovered accessory is what? Is where our pointer is. Now, maybe hovered accessory is getting set to null. Yeah, the thing is, I actually just don't want the code base in a state where people can freely read it until, like, maybe once the game had been released for like a year and I'd profited as much as I'd wanted from it. Or maybe select code snippets I'd be happy to share. There's lots of things that I would be more than happy to share for the purpose of academic, use for people to look at. But I'm, I've been around the sun a few times, and I know that it's more trouble than it's worth before the game's out to be sharing it openly like that. I just don't need to take on that kind of risk. So, yeah, like the Celeste character controller. I'd be happy to do that. I'd even be happy to share not just the code for Armin, but like his entire game object as a thing that you can run around with in a test Unity project. I'd even be happy to share that. OCR the source. But I wouldn't be prepared to share the game's source code. Not in full. Hey, Blank Levi. Good luck. Thanks for watching. Okay. So we have a dependency on this hovered accessory. Let's see what comes up. Okay, no, 0, 1. That's where we are. So we are here. But we can't seem to move around at all. We can go up and down, which is really interesting. Strangely, this doesn't actually change the index. So what's our menu controller focus then? Man, didn't think I'd be working on this today. Okay. Here. And we need a menu controller, which is going to be up here. And the focus is this listable, which is... Why? What? How are you there? Oh, it's the listable of the list, not the grid. So it's we need to focus. We need to set focus on the object that we are trying to place the item into. That's all. So when we do picking and then we try and place, if we failed, then we need to say set focus to get index at hovered accessory. Or is it just hovered accessory? .ui .get component UI focus. It could even be .focus. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Nice. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so you can try to place it, fail, and then you can just continue to rearrange, or you should be able to exit out and we'll figure out what to happen there, what to do there. So, a couple of things wrong. It looks like because we're in two states at once, it doesn't really know what to do with the dialog on the right. We're not in two states at once, are we? We shouldn't be. We're in the arrange state. But because we're in the arrange state on hover of these things, I think they set the text to do things. So let's do that. On focus changed. So this only if we're in the default state should we do that. This is update description. And instead it should be more like this. Okay, let's call this instead like set null description. And I'd like to nest these. I just feel like that's probably better because I might have other else's here later. So that's going to fix that. Except even as we hover this, That's also working to do that. So then set content also should only happen. Here we go. If we're in this, let's do this like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this. Perfect. But then, what state are we in? We should be in default. We are. Why is that? Oh, because we didn't reset the... Okay, so whenever we place an item, we need to force close the right panel. Okay. Nice. No good. Wait a second. That's not what I want. I want to close the menu. I want to close the picking state. Exit accessory list. That's what I want to do. That's what I want. But then we should also hover. Gosh, it's not easy, is it? We could kind of do this first. And that actually might fix it. Damn it. I really thought that would fix it. Because here I'm going menu set focus off listable, offset listable.focus. And then when we set the focus on focus changed. Oh, but we haven't set it to default yet. Yes, we have. So we're in default state. Oof, this is tough. Hmm. Are we setting the listable before we get to that point? We should be, because we're placing the accessory. And if we do that, then that sets the listable correctly to the accessory that we selected. This is the equip accessory at that position. So that should all work. I'm not sure why it doesn't. As soon as I go off and come back, it shows it. So I could just force us to look at the description. I don't know why I have to do that, but could force that. Nope. No good. Yeah, that's not what we want. It's the... the thing we just created. Set null description. It's this here. The thing I don't understand is why we're not able to do this. Setting the accessory details page. It never does it. Okay, why not? Oh, because we haven't changed the focus. But on focus change should still run anyway, I think. Maybe because we're not forcing focus. On focus change calls when what happens? only if previous is not focus. Okay. So it's kind of like, it's not really the change in focus, it's the setting of the focus that we want to listen for. And we don't really have an event for that. I see. So, I mean, what do we want to do here? We can go back to equip menu and then just on focus changed. And then just force this. Like set, what's it called? Like set accessory details. And then we should pass in here an accessory. So then try place accessory. Like that. Oh my gosh. Yay, it works. So I don't have that yet. Let me push this. First of all, let's get rid of all of these. And then do a quick push or a quick commit. When you started Insignia, was it also the beginning of your coding programming knowledge? I had some knowledge, very, very basic stuff. It was like, the way I would describe it is I knew how to write code, but I didn't know how to be an engineer. So I knew how to type the text to make the things happen, but I didn't know the right way to build the things. Okay, so now it's just like do a range. Where are we? What? Okay. No. Yeah, that doesn't reset it properly. So what is it that we do here that exits out? I think this is the exit. What would be nice, which we don't have, is an on-state exit. That's what we don't have. When we set state, what I could check is what the previous state was. And exit out of it here. If I used my actual state system for like the behaviors here, this would have made this a lot easier. But instead I did this hybrid mock-up slapdash thing, and now it's a bit awkward. But nonetheless, I think we need to at the very least, we need to grab this little bit here. It would also have been nice if these were all different scripts. This has become really monolithic now, or it's 600 lines. Not very good. Would you say streaming made you a better programmer? Yes. Yeah, the worst thing you can do is learn programming alone. The next best thing is to have an audience picking on you, and the best thing is to be working in a team. With someone better than you. Hovered accessory dot accessory equals null. Hovered accessory dot set content accessory. Oh, if it's null, set it to itself. Otherwise, make it null. Setting state, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, none of this does what I really thought it would do. When I'm here and I go and do that, or when I'm here and I do that, I think I need to clear and repopulate. That's the easiest thing to do. Basically just redraw the whole menu from scratch. Ignore whatever selections we have going on. Good. But now we don't have a focus. What is the... Okay. No. Haha. Don't worry, there's a good reason for this. If focus... Wait, focus type? Do I use this? No. Do I not have a reference to the focus that I'm currently focused on? Target focus. Focus.getPointerType. It's this. Set visible. How about we do it this way? Super awkward, but that actually technically works. Nah. I think I'll just say false. It's just more human readable. Yeah, it's really not about ideas. It's about implementation. That's execution is worth... Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Excuse me? It's because I set target right after, isn't it? Whoops. No. Unfortunately, that refactoring wasn't worth it. I still need to do something different here. I still need to... oh, gosh. Hovered accessory.transform.position. That's where we're going. I think we need to say if there is an item already in the list that contains this accessory, focus that. Okay. So this is if arranging accessory oh my gosh, come on. Get accessory grid index. No. Oh, what is it then? Is it like... okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. Rashinova. Is there any cheats in the playtest? Nope, not really. Equals gamesystem.data.equip.gear.equipment.index of, and this is a bunch of vector2 ints by strings. And so this is now arranging accessory.getID. And it's not that, it's just that. And then it's and then it's get accessory by grid index. Okay, so let's call this index. And before that, we need to do so. I think I don't need to do that. I think I just need to do this. Or is it Yeah. Cool. Okay, let's try that. Bing, bong, bing, bong. Move this here. Yeah, it works. No, it doesn't work. That's good. I suppose that's correct, but then when I do this, that's correct. What did I do wrong? Was it because I cancelled out of this? Oh man. Ah, okay. So what is that? Hey, Rashinova. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. So when I tried to, so I have a sword here. I tried to place a pauldron, and when I tried to place it, it made the size of the selected accessory the same shape as the hovered accessory. Hey, John Doe. Hey, Ruined. Ruin. Is it this? I'm using Windows. Wait, it didn't work this time. What? Okay. Jesus. Okay. So when we... yeah, no interest in Linux at the moment. I'd like my operating system to do everything that I want it to do. Hey, Stepping Stone, thanks for the follow. It's just not good enough to, like, if I wanted my computer to be a device that does exactly what I tell it to, I pick Linux. But if I want an OS that can do anything I want it to, I gotta pick Windows. That's the difference. Windows does more stuff than I want it to. And it does stuff that I don't want it to do. But if there's stuff that I want to do that Linux can't do, then I can't use it. I don't value control as much as I value power. For an operating system. Because, like, I'm not that particular about the control. I just want to use the tools to make the stuff, you know. Okay. So, I mean, I could probably get away with using Linux personally for most of what I do, but it would have to be like a Linux machine that wasn't my Windows machine. Like I'd have to like have a Windows machine and a Linux machine separately, and then so that I could always fall back, you know, to Windows. Yeah, I just don't care. I don't care that Windows is spying on me. I don't care. I just need to be able to like run all the tools and do all the stuff. Like I care, just not enough to like not have, you know, control over my, to not have like the power to use consumer software. So this is all jacked up, man. This code's no good. It needs a serious refactor at this point. There's too many hybrid states. Like if I select and move something and then I try to place something else, that's fine. If I select and cancel the move and then try to place something, this happens. Interestingly, it does reset. So what is this? I think this is the background. Oh, I see. I see. That's why. Actually, we're okay. I just fixed it. So I'm here. I arrange, I cancel, I'm here, I select. No big deal. All good. I don't like this though. Why did that go semi-transparent? That's better. Cool, fixed. Okay. Refactor not necessary. Nice. Perfect. Cool. Okay, great. I should do a test for the menu system. Hey, Arikijin, welcome. I'm doing okay. Thanks, Whale Time. So I'll update the playtest maybe tonight or tomorrow with that fix. That should fix this. Hang on a second. I picked this. I picked this. I picked this. Right now, it... Oh, what was that? Oh, come on. Let's try this again. Man. Damn it. Okay. There we go. Now we're good. I need the button inputs to be visible here, probably along the bottom. How best to do that? Do I really not have anything like this anymore in the game at all? Like button inputs that explain how to interact with the menu? I really don't? Damn. Wowzers. Okay. Oh, that's not very nice. What's going on here? Why are you making that sound? Why does pressing the R and L button make a bump sound? Up, down, left, right. Oh, because there isn't anything mapped to those bumpers. This is really tough because the system's not really set up correctly. What I would like to have done is have it so that when you... Basically what this is doing is looking for a coroutine that's set up on the inspector for input. And when you select input, when you select like a function into that input, it looks for that and says, hey, did you get something? If you got something, because there's an event attached to it, then all good. If you didn't find a function attached to this game object in the coroutine, then play a little ba-bump sound. The problem is that there's lots of parts of the interaction of the UI where it's not set up as a coroutine, it's a function that's looking for button input elsewhere, such as the pause menu pressing left and right bumper to flip through the pages. So what's happening is the current menu focus is taking the fact that we're pressing the bumpers and going, well, I've got no function set to me, so I'm just going to go ba-bump. And then the rest of the game system, the pause menu is going, well, I know that I'm supposed to be like swapping pages right now, so I'll play a whatever sound effect, or just I'll do what I would need to do. From the player's perspective, they're looking at this and going, why did I get a negative feedback sound when I went where I needed to go? What probably should happen is that there is a queuing of a bump sound, and then an entire frame goes by, and in that frame there should be the opportunity for any input, any function to say, hey, what I'm doing right now is considered a forward input, therefore I'm going to clear that buffer, and that's not going to... Now when the next frame turns around, we're going to say, hey, did we ever successfully get through that input without bumping into something? And if we didn't, if nothing cleared the buffer, then we play the bump sound effect one frame later. That would be the safer way to do this, because then anything could catch the input and say, hey, we did what we needed to do, let's just continue. So that's unfortunately where we're a bit stuck right now, because we're not using that kind of system. So instead, what I need to do is like, well, I could just not play the sound effect for now and like replace it with a different system. That still does it. Could be the focus group as well. Also really bad, really poor design on my part. Big oversight. Couple of real doozies in this code base. Okay. Okay, well that's good. So now we can go to the pause menu and add the page turn. Actually, I don't think we have it. Do we have the page turn here? In Fmod? I'll need to check it. All right. I cannot hear that. I think it might just be a little whoop sound effect. I'm hearing actually nothing. No reference. That's pretty cool. Let's use that. Not perfect, but cool. Okay, much better. Some of it's new. Not new. Reasonably new. Okay. So, shall we have a look at the feedback? Only a few responses so far. Short. Easy. Okay. Nope. You can go check it out right now. Cool. All right. Let's now fix the vendor rewards. So the first one, that's okay to be a health orb. That can be the pauldron. That can be... Assist ring isn't a thing anymore. So that can instead be... Running out of items. Gonna need some new things. Ring of Comfort. Spiked Bracer. Tenacity ring, maybe? Maybe another accessory pouch. That's actually a cool idea for him to give you accessory pouches. Okay. In the alpha, the feather test is going all robotic and crackly. That's interesting. It shouldn't. I don't know why it would. On loads. When you say on loads, what do you mean? And then it fixes itself, or is it perpetually? If you can't play the game because it's like impossible to enjoy, then we've got a problem. It fixes after a second or two. Okay. Hey Arash, thanks for watching. Okay, let's build this. I really like this. Is it sort of lagging a lot? Are you like, do you have a low-powered PC? Or do you have a lot of things open at the moment? You have a 3090. Are you sure it's not a 3050? Because I've made that mistake before. It shouldn't, unless it's giving you like, unless it's just constantly spewing errors. That would be the only reason why it would stutter. Because I have a 3050 and it's running great for me on the browser. Hey Dumbhill. While holding the function button. Minimal keyboards. That's interesting. There is a way you can remap. You could rebind the inputs if you want. If you go to the settings by pressing enter and then input and then keyboard, you can also plug in a gamepad. That works too. The key bindings may not stay between sessions. That's the only thing you should be aware of. Is that you might have to redo it next time you play the alpha. I think he needs like a concerned look. It's not bad. You can send it on, you can make a new forum thread on the Discord under the test forum. So here, Insignia feature test, you can put it in here as a new post. And I'll get to it. It's taken a while. So we need another thing here called so you can't toggle the function keys so that they swap what they do, Dumbhill? Like there's not a button you can just press to like make it so that the function arrow key is just the arrow key and then toggle it back. No, I'm not saying like in the game. I'm saying on the keyboard. Okay. So let's have a look. So which keys? I'm guessing Alt. I can see it here. These are the arrow keys, and they're on the front face, right? This is left, right, down, up. So isn't there there's no button you can press to there's no setting you can make that toggles all of the keys to their FN feature until you switch it back. I would have expected it to do that, but maybe not. In any case, I agree there should be a way to, I mean, there is a way to rebind them. So I will make sure that that feature is well supported. It's okay. No, it's okay. I mean, like, there's a rebind feature in the game. I'll just make sure it's good. I'm just surprised that arrow keys would be so inaccessible. But fair enough. That's a fair point. Okay. So... Man, I'm getting, like, a bit waylaid. I feel like I'm not making the progress that I want to. Things are getting, like, better, but not necessarily closer to being finished, which sucks. All right. Elevator bugs, new. When the feathers start to sound gets really bugging. Okay, cool. Jumping and then maybe pressing the interact key while... Oh, this is the elevator stuff. This is Diamonds. There are no other processes running. Some flashing of rainbow colors towards the end. What? Your whole screen did that? The audio doesn't sound right. What? What? Yeah, that certainly doesn't seem right. PlayStation joystick gamepad, but it didn't work correctly. PlayStation controllers should work correctly. Let me confirm. I hate being the it works for me guy. I hate that. 1 second. Let me just check my gamepad. All right. Can you tell me which PlayStation controller you're using? No, this is Dairy Faker on YouTube is asking. Sorry, Diary Faker. So I got my PS5 controller plugged in, and I'm going to see how it goes. No audio. That's no good. Oh, the audio is probably coming out of my controller. That always happens when you plug a controller in. There we go. Okay. PS5 controller works great for me. I hate saying that. I hate it. Does anybody else have a PS5 controller that they're using? That probably shouldn't be a trigger. That should be a bumper as well. But the game works fine. Ticket closed works on my machine. There's a little bit of hitching. The NVIDIA panel. That's interesting. All right. Well, we can at least do a new build if anyone's interested. Not that it's not going to do much. It's just going to change a very slight menu system issue. Actually, I probably should have. I probably should have changed one more thing. Oh well. Works great with Xbox. That's good. Is it just only for PS5? I'm using PlayStation 3. Oh, well, I don't have a PlayStation 3 controller that I can test. Can you tell me what is happening when you use the PlayStation 3 controller? I'm pretty sure the game works just fine with PS4 and PS5, but I don't own a PS3, so I can't test it with a PS3 controller. Are you using any third-party software like DS4 Windows? Hey Hunter Master, thanks for the follow. Basically, if Windows sees the controller as a USB gamepad, it should be fine. But otherwise, there might be problems. Like a generic USB controller should work just fine. There may be some mapping issues. If there are mapping issues, you can remap them in the game. It just prompts you to press the button on press the button that correlates to the thing that you're trying to do. Hey Purple Gem. Yeah, we solved that this week already. It's not reliant on sound. You can press the buttons based on what's visually there. So when you hit this, you see C. C is what you need to remember. When you come over here, that's C. So you don't have to like hear it. You can just see it. That's E, right? So they're all visually there. You can use your ears, but you can also just look at the letters. Low C and high C both work. Actually, they should. Good question. Yeah, I guess not. I'm pretty sure I was confident that I had solved that, but I guess not. So I just got to mod it by 12, I think. One sec. Okay, so I've updated so the equip menu should work now, hopefully, for everybody. And now we want to do high C should also work. So it's actually here. These are two integers, right? So let's try that as it is. Well, the build's up now, so you can playtest that. I'll be doing like another build in a bit, I think, just to fix this cello issue. Okay, that's fine. Not sure what this is. Oh, it's trying to set a quest flag. Okay. Still no good. I think I need to compile that. Yeah, that might also fail, unfortunately. Because you're no longer in C. Actually, this... Wow. Okay, I really do need to fix it. Well, I'm about to fix that. I'm about to fix that anyway. It's the same. Yeah. It's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm doing it right now. I think that's all we need to do. I think it's 12, right? 12 notes. 12 semitones. That didn't work. Unless hot reloads... Oh. Hot reload just decided it didn't want to do its job. Yay! And the next. Now we're going to try the upper register. Yay! Okay, now we're going to try something that's definitely not supported, but... Haha, it is, but you have to... I have a mode switcher. But the mode switcher changes, obviously, the root notes of all the letters. And that's not reflected on the letters themselves. All of these. I somehow tripped it. So I guess I need to update this so that the correct... Oh, but then the sharps are going to appear. Oh, man. I guess we just have to get rid of the mode switcher for now. So this needs to just go away, I think. Which is the mode. Right now, I think it's the entire image is visible there. I don't think the mode is its own little... No, just the highlight. So there's like a base sprite. That's the whole thing. Okay. So then we just need to do this. It went well. I think so. I'm sort of not really in a position where I can send a demo to a publisher just yet. So we just sort of left the conversation. Like we met, it was good. It was a good chat. And at the end, it was sort of like, we're excited to know more about Insignia. Please send us a demo when you can, and we'll pick it up from there. So there's interest for sure. So now I just need this. Where is this? Cello control. Where's my mode switch? Underneath music node. Wait, where is this? Am I not in cello control? Where am I? Cello control. Public sprite renderer mode switch background. It's part of cello control. In here. Gimme. What? What? What about like down octave button? Why does it end at up octave button? Huh? Where's the rest of the inspector? Oh, that was so weird. It just wasn't drawing. Okay, well anyway. Okay, there you go. Fixed. Done. The no look parry. All right. Okay. So I want to write some story, and maybe do a sprite. I had some thoughts yesterday. You know what I was thinking about? They were just like, sometimes I just have these little epiphanies and I'm like, man, why didn't I think of that earlier? So one of them was that I can have scenes in the game. Like, let's say like there's a merchant. You could have a tent that you walk into to go into the merchant's like hut or whatever. And then you could have like a really elaborate background inside of that scene. And if the merchant's not there, the door can be gone. So you can have it like, I have been dealing with this issue. And I think this is it's an issue that I struggle with a lot. And I think is actually, for some reason, I just feel like it's really critical to the game's success. It's this issue of the map is kind of like a Metroidvania. There's a lot of running around and backtracking. And when you have a lot of running around and backtracking, the play space level design is very samey. So like this looks a lot like this in this area, right? So when you're running around the explorable area in a particular zone, the zones that share the same tile set are going to look similar. And when you're playing the game and running around in the story, you're kind of looking for, hey Dotcard, thanks for the sub. You're looking for different visual cues to tell you to pay attention at certain points. Like when you get to this watchtower, you go, oh, there's an original asset. It's a big tower. What's going to happen here? Probably something specific with the story, right? You wouldn't expect nothing interesting to happen here because there's effort that's been put here. So by that same token, when there's story happening, I think players expect original art assets to show up in and around that area. And I've got a lot of parts in the game where there are characters that you meet that have their own identity, that have their own story that I want you to care about. But having there be original graphics around those characters, giving you a heads up that this is about to happen, that you should pay attention, is hard to do in these open world levels. And so the thought that I had last night was, well, some of these characters, some of these story moments can happen in scenes that are in the background of what we're looking at here. You walk through a door and you enter a space that's custom. So like I said, like a merchant or like a church or temple or something that, particularly tents, I think are big ones, like spaces that can be moved around in the game world or like aren't permanent fixtures, but that constitute separate spaces that you go into. Or another word, we talked about this before, space versus place. Like a tent is a place. A campground is a space. So like a campground is just a clearing where you could put a tent, but there isn't one there, so it's just a nothing. But if there's a tent there and you walk into it, well, now you're somewhere that somebody is. Well, even a clutter pass, I think a specific clutter pass tells you, like, I think there are tiers. For me, doing like a little bit more clutter in an area, like this, for example, this isn't enough to make this feel like an original place. There would need to be like banners and things going on here. And even then, you still probably wouldn't expect story to happen there. Like, it's good signposting, but it's not necessarily getting you prepped for a cutscene. Whereas this, to me, says, okay, cutscene's about to happen. Something important's gonna happen here. because of just the way that the world is shaped around it. And even then, I think it could be better. Because I'm making a pixel art game, this is also one of those areas where lighting can do a lot of work, but my visual stack doesn't include lighting. I don't really use it very much. But in a normal game, you could change the lighting dramatically to change the feeling of a space. Yeah, it's just not something that I'm using. It's not a tool that I'm putting in the belt, you know? So anyway. Okay. Yeah, but I'm talking about more than just a light beam. I'm talking about like creating, like we're really talking about the difference between like a film production, the way they think about lighting, versus like, oh, I need the player to look at this, I'm going to shine a spotlight on it. It's kind of different. I'm not just saying look at this, I'm saying like, how do I create a sense of, you know, atmosphere? It's more than just lights, it's also color of lighting, it's the direction of the lighting, it's a whole bunch of stuff, even like the color of the objects in the space. I also have been thinking about yesterday I was having a bit of a stressful moment thinking about why I liked this background and why backgrounds were difficult for me. And I think I solved that. I think I could answer that question now. The answer is, in this background, look at how much of this is flat. It's just simple flat colors. No shading. It's just color, 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 color. Some shading in the background once you get way back, but there's something about this that's really nice. And it's easy for me to create. But a lot of these other backgrounds, especially near ground backgrounds, where you've created an object and then you need the seams of that object to make sense. You're looking more about architecture, that kind of thing. I think I get stuck there because I'm trying to deal with detail, but detail isn't really what's required. So it's about, how do I create structure that's interesting and sets mood? The background's job probably should be to set mood more than anything. So this, I think, sufficiently does that. There's a little bit of detail back here, but most of it is just a wash of color with some visual explanation as to what the color represents. I'm still learning about this stuff. I know that sounds crazy. And I find this very intimidating, but yeah, we'll get there. I think cities and different, like a vibrant city as a background is hard for me. Because like, well, you want the background to be washed out and flat, but you want the city to feel vibrant. So which one is it? You know, how do you make distinctions between those things? And I think this is where the palette is a limitation for me. Because if I was to do like, wow, that's beautiful. Like this, if you wanted to make this work in Insignia, you'd probably have to wash it out a little bit. And you can see some of these do that a little bit. Oh, it's all AI generated. That's why. I'm like, these are beautiful pieces, but they don't look like someone made them. I think you have to like desaturate towards kind of like they do this thing where a lot of people do this thing where they take like a washed out palette space. They still go through the different hues, but it's all kind of in the same. You know, you might pick this as a base hue and then you sort of randomize. So you take all of this and you desaturate it. And then I guess you would push this in the direction of the color that you really wanted, which was, or I guess another way to do that would be to take this color, go like this, and then paint over it, and then do something like that, merge it down. And you would then need to do value on top of this. I don't know if you've seen that, like it's like watercolory kind of, hey, awesome one, welcome. It's like hue randomization painting. Like this kind of thing. It's like a digital technique.
I'm going to show you how to at random hues, random saturations. The colors you choose in this exercise are based on pure chance. That's exactly where I'd put it if I had the conscious choice. I mean, it's so odd, yet kind of interesting at the same time. But down here in the beard. And I really control oranges and more aggressive purples, opening up possibilities. All these colors I'm using here, though they have so much variety, it's the value that really reins them in and keeps them in service of the composition. If you want to test that, just zoom out, and you notice that her head still really stands out. But going back to color, you can get a sense for how these saturated bits that I'm circling also.
So it's like, you know, you would do, hey, like I want a city and I want all these different flags and stuff, like a carnival sort of situation. But I want them to appear kind of washed out because I don't want it to stand out too much in the grand scheme of things. How do you pick, you know, the right colors to do that? It's hard because for me, I've always struggled with it. Like a lot of my coloring is very literal, or I'll wash it towards a blue or something like that. And I've been around in circles a little bit on this stuff where it's like, I've probably got 3 or 4 iterations of this city. So I've got like ones that look more like this, more like this, more warm. And I'm still not sure, like, I still struggle with it. I actually quite like this looking back at it now. It's just a different vibe. And then I've got like this. Which is, again, trying to be a bit more flatter color space. It's just, again, different. And it's the difference between like, you know, stormy, kind of overcast, green, gray. Yeah, it's tough. And you can see here, these greens are not my normal greens. I shifted them towards yellow a little bit to sort of fit a bit more with what's going on with this stuff. I would still need to add more colors to this, but like this kind of like fleshy skin tone that I'm using for all of the stone, I don't use other like I don't have slightly different hues to that. And the thing is, I don't like, again, to come back to the problem, it's not supposed to pop, really. It's supposed to be background. Because if you look, the characters down here, it's like the composition of the shot, I'm almost using the ground to give them something to stand against. Because it's so high, it would be so high contrast otherwise to have everything on the same plane if the background is saturated. So what do you do? You know, it's just not, and I don't know, like, I think a lot of the time I struggle with this because it's like, as a like director of photography of the movie that we're watching right now, where do you want the camera set up? Like, do you want it to feel tight, close in, busy, bustling, or are we back out diorama style? Is it overcast? Is it crowded? How like big or small do I want it to feel? It's tough. It's got some good depth to it for sure. And these are not mutually exclusive scenes. Like this one that you're looking at here, this is like the town square. Whereas this is more like inside the city, like among the buildings before you get to the town square. But I don't like the colors here. That's the only thing. None of the colors here are what I would have. I mean, they're all off palette at this point. And it's hard to, like, a screenshot of this is hard to look at, in my opinion. I like the pixel art. I just don't like the colors. So something for me to work on for chapter 2. I've got maybe another hour, maybe a little less, half an hour. So I want to get back to this character and this situation here. So we're going to meet this guy, Leopold. Maybe we'll put him on like a rock here or something. We can do that. I think the weight's got to go. Okay. We could even have him earlier. I wonder. And you know what? I could even, personally, I could justify putting a scene change here, right here. I feel like there could be one. Okay. So I need some new writing, some new dialogue. Hey, thanks for the follow. Ecliptic Games. Yo, everybody watching right now, if you're interested in this game that I'm making, you can go ahead and wishlist it right now if you didn't know that. At steampowered.com/app blah blah blah. You can check it out. We got a Steam page ready for it. And we're collecting wish lists right now. This is basically how publishers find the game. And when they ask, you know, how much demand there is for it as a product on release, this is something that we use as a metric. So if you're interested in supporting what I do, even just in, you know, making a gesture, hitting this button here is really, really valuable to me. You can also, if you're interested, help me out with alpha testing. We have an alpha that's available right now that you can play test on itch.io. And it's a playable portion of the game, little sub slices that you can run around in and give feedback on if you're interested. It's not a demo. There is a demo that's much older that I should probably take down. And maybe in the near future, that demo will be replaced with what I'm working on right now. But for now, the most up-to-date gameplay you can do is in the alpha test. I'm using Unity. Yeah. All right. So I think this is like, it's very dark and it probably needs a bit of a something to separate it from the background. Maybe we'll do a bit of a sort of an outline on it. Just stronger shading. Yeah, but that kind of made it worse, didn't it? I like this color. Where's that one? It's quite dark. How do you organize your testing? Good question. The way that I organize my testing is using a similar kind of principle to unit tests. Now, I kind of made this up. It's close to how, like, well, I'm a user experience designer by trade or whatever. So like my background is in UX design. And in UX, we have user tests that we do that are by design pretty modular. And I think it basically comes from that. I have these setups that have very like clear slices of the game. And there is testing criteria that I put the player through that I want on particular features. So like if I'm testing, I'm testing like combat, well, there should be a test that's specific to combat that I can get feedback on. At least for me, the kind of feedback that I'm looking for is like focus test style feedback. So like I'll literally have a little chunk of the game that's like, press the attack button to do an attack. If you have weapons, pick up the weapon using this button. You can do a combo if you press it 3 times. And you have content that essentially tests the player progressively through the thing that you're building. And in my opinion, if you're making your game right, your game should be structured that way anyway. Like your level 1 of your game, if there's combat in level 1, the things that the player does in level 1 should be essentially your tutorial stacked end to end. Like that first step, second step, third step, you're kind of incrementing up. The difference is in an alpha test, like a testing situation, you probably want to limit the gameplay experience to just that one thing. I was even considering today in the alpha test taking the music out of certain parts of the game, of the test. Like in the tests for combat, don't have any music because I don't want to really like pollute the data. The tough part is like the game's going to have music in it. So if you like if you don't like it and it doesn't have music, well, the game's going to have music. So I should probably keep it as close to the real environment as possible. But, that's my problem because my game has a lot of different systems and things in it. But isolating concerns is, I think, very important. I think you should do that. For testing anyway. Like for the purpose of validating specific parts of the test, you should isolate the concerns. I feel like decoupling is its own. It's one of the harder problems of engineering is decoupling. Like knowing what thing should depend on something else versus be a standalone thing. It's hard to describe sometimes, especially for games which are really more art than they are engineering. Knowing whether the player should ever have to interact with certain systems on their own, or the distribution between those systems, you put more effort into this or more time into that. I think broadly, I have this theory that like game design is basically entirely made up of moments where the designer is trying to flag to the player where the game is. I feel like so much of game design is just that. It's just me trying to tell you where the fun is, and then hoping you find it and that you agree with where it is and seamlessly, sort of melt into it. Because any time where you're spamming through text or rushing through an area, mashing buttons against enemies, that tells me that you don't think that that's where the fun is. So it's like, how do I make you think that the fun is where you are right now? It's very similar to being in high school where people are like, sir or miss or whatever, like talking to their teacher. Do we have to know this? Is this important? When am I going to use this? That is the same feeling that you have when you spam through text. You're like, I don't think I need to know this. I'm getting bored here. But like, it's the teacher's job to make you interested in what they're trying to teach you because they know it's useful for you. Same thing with a game designer. The game designer knows that the thing you're trying to be told right now is useful. They didn't put it in there by accident, but you don't know that yet. So because you don't know, you kind of become skeptical and you sort of spam through. Good game design keeps you on board with what the game designer is trying to teach you or test you on, or at least good game design puts you on the same page as the game designer. There's no weird confusion or argument about like where the fun is supposed to be. And it's possible for a game to have too many systems such that the audience that it's attracting, the audiences that are attracted by its various systems don't overlap. That's possible as well. Where it's like, my game has story, my game has combat, but the combat's so good that people who play fighting games want to play it. And the story is so dense that people who play fighting games who don't like story aren't going to enjoy it for that reason. So should a fighting game have story in it? It's like stuff like that. And I think for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, I like a bit of variety, of course. But you do have to think about the aggregate as well, like what people in general, what the average person is up for, or at least are there enough people that your game is for that it would be successful? Like, are they going to find it and like it and have is there going to be a community based on those kinds of players? The ones that you want. I do create my artwork myself. You're watching me do it. Yesterday, I was in this meeting with the publisher, talking about potential publishing, and he said, I think I feel more intelligent coming away from this conversation. He really liked me, the representative from this publisher. He really liked what I had to say. It was I actually really appreciated that he said that, not because it made me feel good, but because it made the conversation feel honest. Like, for someone to say that, they're not really in like marketing mode, you know, if they're going to say something like that to somebody. Like, it was just kind of an honest conversation about game design, which I really appreciated. They may not really have the budget for the kind of game that Insignia is shaping up to be, but I really enjoyed the conversation, and I will send them the demo, and I'll see if they like it, and if there's opportunity there for sure. So this should update now. Did it? I think it did. It did. It just didn't look very much like it did because he's sitting on the edge of it. Can you invest? I don't know. Maybe. Depends on what your offer is, and we'd have to have a conversation about it. You could definitely support me on Patreon. Thank you, Dramadark. Is there a mission log? Yeah, there is. There's a quest log. It's here. $50K. I mean, that's not bad. That'd give us like 8 months if you wanted to invest $50K. But what would you want for it? We're not really doing like percentage deals or anything like that on the profits. What do I think the budget will be? I'm not sure yet. I think it could be anywhere from... The total budget could be anywhere from $450K US to 650k US. That's the range. Currently, our burn rate is about 100k AUD every 8 months. It's actually a lot less than that. It's more like 80k AUD every 8 months. But I think it ought to be more like 100. So in 12 months, it's kind of like 120k AUD a year, which is something like 80k US for the development. And we need a couple years of that. So it's around, the development actually might be like 200k US, but then there's also marketing and everything else and localization and QA, and that would push it up into the 300. Of course, I've already put a lot of time into the game. Hey Chainsaw, it should make a tuning fork sound. I'm just not the music guy on this project. So I need to get in contact with our sound effect artist, Squiggy, and ask very nicely off contract if he can produce a tuning fork sound. I'm in the process right now. I'm solo again because I don't have any funds to pay for the team that I built last year. And while I'm solo, I'm stable financially. Like my burn rate is the same as what I make from online and stuff like that. Like social media and TikTok and not TikTok, Twitch and YouTube and that kind of thing. Can I show what the team accomplished? I mean, it's music and sound effects and animation for the whole of chapter 1. I did the environment art. I mean, a lot of this was already done, but like all the enemies. So like this hedgehog was animated by Morgan. This flower was animated by Luca. Morgan also worked on, Luca did this character. And then Morgan did this little guy and this guy. She did the Martin. I could do the sounds, but I've chosen to work with people who can do a better job than me. I think the game's taking on a life of its own in terms of quality, that I don't want to hold it back with my music composition skills and my sound design skills. And also, it's starting to become very clear that I don't have enough time. Yeah, exactly. I just literally don't have enough time. The team was with me from August last year till a month ago, April. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. So yeah, 8 or 9 months. They finished in pretty much in March. $2 per sale until recoup. 75 euro, sorry, €2 per sale. 75 euro per sale as an ongoing royalty. Hey, that's actually not like totally unreasonable, except $2 per sale until recoup. It's pretty reasonable. But €2 is like $5 Australian, right? That's tons. That's like 20% of the revenue. Three, okay, not crazy. It's like 10%. 10% of rev until 50k is recouped. That's like what, 70k AUD. That would be pretty, that wouldn't take too long to recoup. And then 75 euro per sale, 0.75 euro per sale. What do you call them? Euro cents? What do you call cents in euros? I mean, the thing is, cash is not the... I know I could get the cash. I know I can get the funding. It's more about what opportunities are open or closed based on the decisions I've already made. But so like, yeah, 50k euro would be amazing. And if there were like 4 or 5 people who invested that much, we'd probably be funded. Is that right? 200, 300, 8, again, it's pretty close. 5 times, what's that, 7? 5 sevens are like 35, right? 350k AU. If we had a few people like that, but if each of them wanted 10%, then it's like 50% of the revenue. That's pretty close. That's actually really close to what a publisher would want. Like 50% of the revenue to fund the whole project until recoup, and then beyond that 30% or something like that. And 75 cents is not 30%, but if you did that times 5, 7.7 times 3 to 50 per, that's pretty low. That's not even, yeah, that's not bad. But then the question would be like, what does the equity do to elevate the project beyond funding? So this is an area where like I need to be quite careful, because does everyone know Balatro? I've decided that the metaphor that I want to use to explain this is Balatro, and I think it's a perfect metaphor. It's like you have to play a hand that's going to give you 100k points, and you want jokers that don't just, if this one gives you 30k or whatever, like 3,000 points, because it gives you, you know, times, it's like plus the multiplier, it's a red, you know, this is plus 40 or whatever. That's pretty good. Another plus 40 is good, but it would be better if it was like a times 3, because it multiplies this. Or like, you know, yeah, that's basically how it is. So the idea of like having things that make other things better. Like I had a joker today, I was playing in the morning, and I had the pirate. Oh gosh, I can't draw a pirate hat. I had the pirate joker. That's a pirate. And the pirate joker has a score based on the sell value of all the other jokers. And then I had an egg that increases its sell value every round by $3. So that's pretty good. But like, it would have been really good if this was a number that I could make go up. So the equivalent, like faster than, like if it was 3 times, or if it was like 0.3 of your total money or something added every round, that would be great. But because it's flat, its benefit is linear, which means this one's benefit is also linear. So I guess what I'm trying to say is a 50k euro, I don't know how to do a euro symbol. It's like, what is it? It's a this with 2 of these. 50,000 of these is good, but it would be even better if this could be utilized with something else that then returned more. So if this went into like marketing, if it was somehow reinvested in the business to make it go bigger, or if the person who was like a publisher, for example, they're offering funding, the funding is exclusive, so you can't pair it, like it's not a negative joker, it's a joker that takes up a slot, but they bring some value in addition to the 50K or whatever by having connections in marketing or whatever it is. Whereas like straight up investors, that's like, it takes up equity, it occupies a slot, but it doesn't necessarily increase the sell price of the game or the reach of the game. It's more just getting the game closer to release, which is important too. I've just got to be careful, that's all, about exactly which jokers I pick. Yeah. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying like, if all I needed was just the money, I'd probably already have it by now. But I need to be really careful about getting the goals that I have for the game require additive or multiplicative factors scaling the success rate and lowering risk too. That's the other one. So like, does the 50K make the game more likely to, well, not just reaching its audience, but more likely to come out in a good state? But you know what? There's another side of this, of like being too conservative. I'm definitely guilty of that. Like sometimes just making moves opens doors. So that's why I've been doing the grant funding and stuff in the first place. But could you apply for more grants? No worries, Drama Dark. We'll be in touch. I'm happy to chat more about it. Right now, I've exhausted all of the grants that I can apply for this project. If I wanted to do a different project, I could apply for grants, but obviously that's not going to help Insignia. So like I could take a year off Insignia, apply for a different grant, and finish that project in like 6 months or whatever. Like have that game come out, and then I don't know if it was profitable, like use those profits to help Insignia, but that's not really, I don't think I'm at that point yet. Yeah, get grants for Insignia 2 now before Insignia 1's come out. Give us a head start. No, I don't need to do that stuff. I just need to focus on the game and get through this period. So what's another 3 years? So let's do a bit of dialogue, shall we? Actually, let me push this before I get too lost. Push it. Oh, I need to plug in my laptop. One sec. That's great that you want to invest in something. I think that's a good idea. All right. So, just going to check something on Discord. Okay. And then Let's do like a little bit of writing. I'm going to an event tonight. I'll take the game with me as well. Yeah, beer and pixels, that's right. Meeting was good. God, it's a dog. Okay, so the first meeting introduces also is the character around which the music system of the game is built. The tough part here is that I have this system, this music system, right? And there is this opportunity or challenge that we have to unite the music system with the ensign system. The ensign system is the way that magic works in this world. And right now, Armin is doing music stuff and interacting with things that are tied in with that magic. So what does the music have to do with magic? That's the question. It also has to wrap up into forging. So for me, it's about language. It's something to do with music being a language and being a way to channel energy through sound into shapes and forms that match the characters of that language. So right now, casting magic costs currency, and that currency is basically the soul of an enemy that had that magic inside of it, or the magical energy as spirit force. So it's like somehow we need to make it so that when Armin plays music, we at least hint at this presence of kind of like almost like Dragon Ball Z Spirit Bomb style. Like something is like rising up. He's like invoking something that's supernatural. And there's also like something interesting here with we had this thing of like pedestals that can contain ensigns in the past. And what that is like way back over here, it was like you run around the level, you defeat enemies, you take the enemy souls, which are now following you around in space, these little like diamonds, you take them to these pedestals, and the pedestals light up. And when they light up, they light the forge. And the forge is here. And there are lots of forges around. So the music system kind of has to be bound up in that somehow. It can just be a separate thing. It can be separate. But I like the idea of hinting at the fact that there is energy contained. I mean, like there's something here. This looks like a catalyst, right? It looks like magic could fit there or come from there or something. And in fact, I have this tower that's like a major boss fight in the game that is shaped the same way. Right? So like this idea of like the tuning fork being the catalyst for magic it's like baked into the way the game's lore is fashioned around music, like how energy relates to the game's lore. This idea of like these prongs and the fork, it works. So so there's something here that I should probably be condensing. How old am I? 33. I think the opportunity here would be to make it so that Ocarina of Time style, the music, there were songs that were specifically bound up in each of the dungeons or powers, so that you're kind of like learning the song to do the thing. That would be like the optimal way to do it. How much work was it to apply to get the grants? A lot of work, like a month and a half, like 6 weeks of work to get the 100K grant. It was a lot of energy. So I think for me, it just has to light up. It just has to be something that lights up. The only challenge here about states and lighting up things and all that kind of stuff is it puts us back into this game design challenge of if these tuning forks relate to this gate, don't I want to demonstrate that there's a connection between them visually? And if they're in a different scene, if they're not even here anymore, how do I do this? How long of a development period does that 100K support? I actually need to run the numbers. I realize as I'm talking about this stuff that I said we had a burn rate of 100K over 8 months. It actually was less, far less, because I haven't even got the acquittal on 20,000 of that 100K. So in reality, it was more like 80. It was like 10K AUD a month. Hey, Michelan, or is it Mike? Mike Ian. Hey, trying to interpret the letters. But nice to meet you. Oh, thanks, Taj. Do you have a spreadsheet handy for crunching these numbers? Oh, I do have a spreadsheet. Yeah, I've got all of the expenditures are accounted for really carefully. I don't have them personally like in my brain. They're in a document somewhere that I need to review to give the actual numbers. Yeah, that'd be good, Quantum. The only thing is, the challenge is that the tuning forks, and this is the action adventure side scrolling game challenge. The challenge is players have object permanence. This is the problem. Anything that you want to do in a puzzle, the best way to do it is on screen. Like if I'm standing here in the game, 1, 2, 3, 4 puzzle elements, and as you're interacting, they do stuff. That's what you want, right? As soon as you separate something, now it's harder to do the puzzle or to think about the puzzle. It's just like fatigue because it's off screen, it's somewhere else, it's in a different level, blah, blah, blah. So, but the challenge is that because it's a platformer, the game design elements, like a thing you can climb on top of, or a platform you can jump on that leads to another platform, or wall jumping or something, all of that takes up space too. So it's really hard to condense platforming with puzzles in one space, unless your player character is very small on screen or you zoom out a lot. That's the challenge. For me, particularly, I have an additional challenge of I like set pieces. I want this to be a big open stage where you play the song because I just think it's a cooler thing. So now it's like, well, if I wanted these tuning forks to be in this scene, I would need to place them here and there and there. It would need to be a puzzle here that you had to platform around to interact with. It's not super straightforward at that point because you have to convolute the level geometry to make the puzzle. Otherwise, you just have 4 forks lined up in a row on the ground, which is not interesting or a puzzle. So that's the challenge. I am constantly dealing with that particular construction or convolution of like, I need to make it complicated, which takes space. But I also want it to be dramatic, which requires less space and more tailored art. How do I fit the art and the story inside of the play space in a way that makes it feel satisfying and condensed? That's just like constantly coming up. But I want this here first because I want it to be memorable as a tutorial. That's the other thing. So you first need to interact with these things in a way that's learnable. First you do this, then you do this, then you do this. You want that breakdown because I want to incrementally teach you how it works. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to call you Mike if that's okay. How about each forge reveals part of a song? Find all the forks. That's a little deep. That's sort of like rewriting the game's main mechanics at that point. So I think with the forks, either they become smaller and they become things that you can place anywhere in the game. So literally you could, put this like one of these up here, right? And then it becomes like, oh, okay, you can like, have them in more interesting orientations, that's actually not bad as it is. The minimum size for something that is a hitbox in the game that I like would be something like not much smaller than this, 32 by 32, like the size of this honeycomb would be how big it needs to be. We could go slightly smaller, but not much. No, I'm not looking for major suggestions about how to rethink the system. I'm happy with what it is right now. The actual mechanics are perfect. Like, you hit the thing, you get a note and a sequence. You hit another thing, you get another note and another sequence. You hit the third thing, you get the third note in the third sequence, but you don't know which order they come in. So you have to look at the dots, and then you have to go somewhere and play that. That's fine, that's good. It's more just the thing where you execute this should be nearby. You should be playing the music basically here. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's all we have to do. Is have like a doorway nearby that's like, you know, somewhere in the vicinity of this. I could expand this out a little bit to create the puzzle. But it shouldn't be, this puzzle shouldn't be the, you shouldn't be required to solve that puzzle in this room. That's too far away. Because you're going to have to remember, or whatever it is, coming all the way through here. Again, by the time you leave the scene, your brain just wipes. You just won't remember. So that's the challenge. The instrument can be on your person, but for the story's sake, you have to be standing here when you play it. Hello.
What time are you leaving?
Like now.
You don't have time for dinner? Okay.
Unless you want like right now.
I can eat now, but I don't want you to have to rush.
I'm not going to rush either way.
What time are you leaving?
I can leave in the next 10, 20, 30. It's fine.
Can you stop this? Do you want to eat?
Yeah.
Do you...
Yeah, I'm going to end the stream now.
Okay.
No, you're fine. Don't know why you freaked out. I'm just, no, like start it, like heat it up. I'll be there in a sec. Can you make rooms as you did with forging / use the forge? Make rooms? Yeah, that's right. There's going to be, that's what I'm getting at. There's going to be a locked door somewhere here. You play the things, you go down here, and then there will be another puzzle, probably. There's going to have to be another one. Or you play the song again. Maybe. Hey, Bot Musty. That could be something. Maybe I scatter these further apart. Maybe there are more of them. There's like 6 of them, and it's more of a melody, and you have to play the melody multiple times. You do it here, you do it here. And in the chapter, there's a melody each chapter. That could be interesting. It would definitely force the player to explore more. because then I could put a couple of tuning forks like in this level. You'd probably have to write it down at that point. Any more than 6, I think you've got to start writing it down. Like in Zelda, in Ocarina of Time, they're all it's all double 3-note sequences. Do 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 do. You know? That kind of thing. Do 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 do. Because it's like it's hard to remember 6 things, but it's easy to remember 2 or 3 things twice. Do 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 do. Or like do 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 do. It's like that's just 6. That's just 3 notes, but you've syncopated them so that the first one's at the end. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know if I want Insignia to be that game where you pull out the phone. That's the question. Is do I want that to be the game? Four is okay. 3 in one room, 3 in one scene, and a 4th one in a different scene. All right, I gotta go, pals. This was fun. I think it's always good to have these conversations. I feel like I learn a lot just talking, and I get there are stronger game design ideas that come in. Like it becomes more like baked, you know, the ideas, they like settle and get stronger and calcified. But now we gotta go. Wishlist Insignia. And let's find someone to raid. Where we dropping, boys? Ryanart? I like Ryanart. Not that many English-speaking game devs at this time of night. It's really like a group of 6. Okay. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. If you like the content, watch more of it. Wishlist the game. Do the alpha. Join us on Discord. Become a patron. Give me your Twitch Prime subs. Don't let Bezos take them. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.